Mike, can you let me know ASAP? Okay, I believe we should be live. Are we live right now?
I'm just looking at the thing that says no. Oh, there it goes.
Okay, we're live.
I think we're good, Mo. Yeah.
Yep, I think so. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us today. I'm Mo, co-founder at Gadget. I've got my CTO, Harry, who's also another one of our co-founders with me today. And we scrambled and brought our designer, Mike Briggs, with us as well, because we're going to need some front-end designs that he's going to be the fastest at whipping up for us. So what are we here to do today? So the context here is that a gentleman on Twitter by the name of Blanklob, or the handle Blanklob, asked for a Shopify app that can take a merchant's Instagram posts and synchronize them to a Shopify store's Metaobjects. And we believe we can build this in Gadget as a public Shopify app from start to finish in a few hours. And so this is going to be our attempt at doing that. Now, we haven't really rehearsed this. We took a look at a few of the APIs for Instagram and Metaobjects, and obviously we've built Gadget, so we know Gadget inside out. But we're going to be figuring out a lot of the details on this stream with you all kind of watching us. Harry is going to do most of the driving and sharing screen. He's going to do most of the code writing as well. At points in time, Mike and I might disappear to kind of go work on the front end while Harry primarily works on the back end, and we might kind of reappear and talk. You can chat with us in the YouTube comments, and I'll kind of be there to respond to people as we go. And also on Twitter, if you just DM me or tweet at us, I'm sure I'll see it and we'll try to respond as well. So feel free to jump in, ask questions, or suggest things if we're doing something wrong or you think it's not a best practice, like jump in the chat and suggest it. So without further ado, I will stop talking and I will let my co-founder drive. Harry, do you want to take it away? Oh, you're on mute.
Classic. Thanks. Yeah, super classic. Okay. So I put together a little to-do. This is kind of how I like to work, I guess, in general anyways, with all the stuff that we need to do. And the first thing I want to do is just set up a bunch of apps. The Instagram app for authing against Instagram, the Shopify app, the Gadget app itself, then do OAuth from the hosted app to Instagram, then start ingesting the actual post data, then send it to Shopify. Then I think we need that UI, and I think Mo and Mike are going to work on that in the meantime for just like how do you initiate the OAuth process. And then Mo and I have like a stretch goal of actually like trying to submit this app for review today, which I think is kind of nuts. But if we're going to do that, we need to like do all the Shopify hoopla to do that. And then, I don't know, we have some bonus points ideas for like real-time propagation of this stuff, although I don't think Instagram has webhooks. It's going to make that hard. But we're taking suggestions from the audience for what kind of stuff we should do. So if y'all have some ideas for making this app better, please share.
And maybe jump into the back end. I can kind of like talk about what Mike and I are going to focus on, and then that'll be clear what we're off doing in a corner. So the user experience of this app is going to be you go on the Shopify App Store or you get the link from somewhere, you click install. On install, you're presented with an admin UI that asks you to OAuth with Instagram. So you'll see a button, presumably, that we're going to go design that says, hey, OAuth with Instagram. And then as soon as that is done successfully, so we'll probably have to have some states in our UI for when the OAuth fails. But as soon as that's done successfully, we will start syncing all of the data out of Instagram into a meta object definition that we're going to create on the store as soon as they install as well. And And then from there, I think the entire UI should be manageable from inside Shopify. But if we need any more interfaces, we'll kind of come back and design them later. So that's what Mike and I are going to go off and talk about and do while we're on mute. And Harry's going to be focusing on the back end that's going to be handling the syncing of the data and the streaming into Metaobjects. Take it away, Harry.
Thanks. Perfect. So I made myself a Shopify Partners app. I'm going to use one app for dev and one app for prod. And now I'm just going to make the Instagram app here. I was messing around with this last night just to make sure I didn't waste 3 hours OAuth working, and I'm really glad I did because it took 3 hours to get the goddamn OAuth working. One moment. So there's our Instagram app. And if I search the Instagram API, there's kind of two for Instagram I was reading last night. There's this full graph one that allows you to like make posts, administer pages, change comments, like all that kind of stuff. Then there's this like basic display one that is kind of just read only and lets you suck in, images and user profile data. I think we'll go with this one, mostly because I suspect Instagram will be a lot more approval happy for this kind of app. Like it's easier just to get it granted. So I'm just going to follow the get started guide here for this. I have this, and I'm just going to go through and finish setting it up here. Create new app. Great. Okay, and so now I can set this thing up. We need the kind of Instagram OAuth stuff. So the next thing I'm going to do is create the Gadget app. So I went to gadget.new. I'm just filling in the app name here. I selected the Shopify template, and I'm going to call this Instagram Post Sync. When I click Create, for anyone that's unfamiliar with Gadget, what I get is a whole full stack application kind of summoned for me out of the ether. So this application has a URL where I could like visit it in development. It has data models which store data on the back end and run kind of server-side code. It's got, your standard React front end for serving UI to users. And it's got all the kind of normal Gadget goodies that folks might be used to, like a logger and settings for environment variables, a permission system, et cetera, et cetera. Let's just make sure that our dev app is working here. There's our empty dev app, so that looks good. So I'm going to go ahead and connect my Gadget backend application to this Shopify Partners application that I made. I'm just going to the kind of plugins, Shopify, starting to set up my connection here. I'll copy these credentials and paste those in and click connect. For this application, I don't think we actually need any access to Shopify models. Like we're not really reading data from Shopify. We're just writing meta objects. So I'm just going to search for those scopes here. And I know we want to write a definition for our Instagram posts and write the actual objects themselves as we sync them. So I'll click that. This will make my Gadget app ask for those scopes on OAuth, which is what I want. So that's great. Now we need to set up the actual Shopify OAuth process. So I'm going to go into the app setup here, paste my two values from Gadget app URL and redirection URL. And once more, just for anyone unfamiliar with Gadget, this is one of the things we worked super hard on to make work really seamlessly out of the box, which is kind of a fully managed, ready to go Shopify OAuth implementation that doesn't require any hoopla or installing libraries or messing around. So now that I've filled in these data, I'm able to install my Gadget app right off the bat. So I'm just going to click in the Shopify Partners dashboard, the test button. I'm going to use this data diversity test shop we have on our partners thing. Log in there. And so this is the kind of OAuth grant screen, and we'll see edit store information. Oh yeah, and it includes meta object definitions and meta objects, so that's great. We'll click the install button there. What that's going to do is kind of do the whole OAuth dance with Gadget, and then drop me into the Shopify admin with my kind of apps individual hosted front end. Front end's been adjusted for me to be a Shopify embedded app, so I'm kind of all set up, ready to go there. And if I look back in my files here, I have that shop page here where you can see this page is powered by blah 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 blah. And if I delete that, go back here, we'll see that should be disappeared, and my app was ready to be developed. So that's the stuff that Gadget does for us out of the box. Gadget has this great support for building Shopify apps, but it doesn't have a built-in connection for Instagram. So we're going to wire that up using kind of the normal way you might do that with straight up, JavaScript code. So I know of this library called Fastified Passport. Gadget apps are built atop a high-performance Node.js web framework called Fastify, and Fastify has a huge plugin ecosystem that makes it really easy to add stuff. Fastify Passport is the kind of like authentication solution, or one of the main ones in the Fastify world. And the reason it's so great is because it supports a very wide variety of strategies for authentication, like they have a strategy plugin for Google, for Instagram, for Facebook, for Apple, for yada, yada, yada. So I'm just going to install this library into my application. I can do that by going to the package JSON and manually editing it and clicking the run button. But Gadget also has this handy command palette at the top where I can just run commands. When you first open it, you can't run commands, but if you type a greater than character, it goes into command mode. So I can do yarn add Fastify Passport, hit enter, and then Gadget will execute this command in my kind of serverless dev environment, go off and do the yarn thing to install those packages. So mounting Fastify Passport is a bit of a trick. Fastify Passport isn't just one route that responds to one request. It's kind of has to serve all the routes that are involved in the whole OAuth dance. And to be completely honest, I don't even really care what they are. I just want to kind of mount it as a plugin. Fastify and Gadget both have good support for this in the form of what's called route plugins. So I'm going to add a new file in my backend routes folder here called Instagram auth.js. And what this is instead of a route handler that kind of says, here's one request, here's one reply, here's how I'm going to handle this request and reply, it is a plugin that can kind of just manipulate my whole server and add new routes or change configuration or whatever. Oh, Elast asked on the chat, can you share a bit more of the use case? Mo, do you maybe want to handle that one while I just type in here for a bit?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. I was talking.
There's just a question in the chat asking for more details on the use case that we're trying to solve.
Yeah, absolutely. I will take that. So the use case we're trying to solve here is loading Instagram posts into meta objects. And what that would allow a merchant or an app developer to do is to then take the contents of the Instagram posts that are now stored directly inside Shopify and serve them either on the storefront or even in checkout if it's a Shopify Plus merchant in a very performant way. So you can have your merchants go and pick your latest Instagram posts for your app that you're developing and fetch the data from these meta objects as opposed to trying to fetch them at read time from Instagram directly, which might be really, really slow. And frankly, you wouldn't give the merchant the ability to decide what to display and what not to display. So what this app is going to do is it's kind of a utility. It's not a UI that's going to be shown to the buyer. This is a utility for the merchant that just fetches all the data from somewhere else and puts it in the right place, which is Shopify Metaobjects, so that they can really quickly be served in Shopify storefronts and in checkout. Now, for what use case they're served in Shopify storefronts and checkouts, those can be really diverse, right? You could do it for social proof. You could do it just to kind of nudge people to make the purchase by showing them something from your Instagram that you think is going to help convert the sale. So the use cases for why you would put these posts on your website can be diverse, and the app developers who build these would be building different apps, but often they want to fetch the data from Metaobjects because that is the most performant way to do it in Shopify. Especially for these types of this type of data that's going to be on the storefront or on the checkout where you want the highest performance. So that's kind of the use case of what we're building. It's almost like a utility to any other app developer or any merchant that just wants to make sure the data's in the right place. And then what they do with that, there's quite a lot that can be done, and we're not going to cover that here today. You want to take it back, Harry?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess key to that is actually getting the data from Instagram. And as far as I know, there isn't a way to get Instagram post data without actually OAuthing. Like you can't just read it from some publicly available API, kind of like you might be able to with the Shopify storefront or something like that. You have to OAuth to get access to it. So got to OAuth the Instagram user, suck in their posts, send to Shopify. Just while Mo was speaking there, I copied in this piece of code here that I wrote this morning. Passport, this authentication ecosystem has a Passport Instagram strategy, and I tried it this morning and it's just busted. Like it just doesn't work. And the reason is Instagram has like updated their API since this was written. Like this was written 8 years ago. So that's a bummer. Didn't work out of the box. I ended up just kind of copy pasting this code and changing it a little bit and just removing the one piece that was broken. So this is like a configuration of the base Passport OAuth 2 strategy for Instagram that wires up the correct OAuth kind of URLs. And as just a brief aside, this sucks. Like I hate doing this stuff. It's so annoying. Like it took me a few hours to, and I've done a lot of OAuth integrations in the past. It took me like a few hours to get this thing working. And I just like, this is kind of one of the reasons why we wanted to start Gadget, right? Is that like me and my team work really hard on our Shopify OAuth integration to make it like just work, like including all the weird permutations, all the different weird scopes, like all the different things it can do. And I kind of forgot that when you go to wire it up yourself, it's like always this mismatch of different libraries and like mayhem to try to get, you know, even anything working with all these like obtuse error codes. So anyways, I'm glad I got this worked, and I'd like to work on, say, an Instagram connection for Gadget in the future, where again, we can just have this like nice working thing right out of the box. Anyways, so I have my strategy. What I'm going to do is tell Fastify Passport to use the strategy. We need the Instagram details for this application. Like this is just matching the kind of way you'd use it normally. And so I'm going to go back over to my Meta for developers thing and copy in my Instagram app ID. Actually, maybe I'll use environment variables for this so that we can do different ones between dev and prod. Instagram ID, and then Instagram secret. I'm just going to paste this in off screen so nobody steals our creds. And use Gadget's handy dandy encryption thingy to hide that. Okay, so we've got this data logged in Gadget in the environment variables. Now I just need to go back here and do and Instagram client ID, Instagram client secret. And then Mo, I guess if we do want to go to production today, I have to remember to set up a second app and paste that stuff in once more. Okay, so this says Fastify now you can use Instagram, but we haven't actually told it what route to use to kick off the Instagram OAuth flow. So I'm going to do server.get auth Instagram here. And this will be kind of like the entry point that begins the OAuth process with Instagram. And we'll do Fastify Passport authenticate Instagram. Oh, right. And when you register a strategy with Fast5 Password, you have to give it a name, I think. Yeah, use, name the strategy. I'll call this one Instagram strategy. So this is going to say, okay, start the authentication process with that strategy. And then we need to tell it what the callback is. That's how OAuth works, is it sends the user over to the other platform, and then with the auth succeeds, they send us back. So I'm pretty sure that this is called callback URL. Yep. And to build this URL, I'm going to use the kind of config object from the Gadget server package here. What this is kind of a dynamic config that's built for us by Gadget on the back end that kind of knows the current application's domain name and all this stuff. But if the application gets renamed, or between the different environments the application can be served on, like the who should we call it? The production environment, you're kind of good. Chat says re-OAuth, you could just use the regular JS SDK and send it to the backend. Also, there's a React package for it. You're right. We probably could do that. I think, does that give you like the long-lived access tokens that you're able to use kind of server-to-server communication later? Because I don't know about Instagram specifically, but I do know that for Shopify, the client-side OAuth only gives you short-lived access tokens, which is kind of annoying. Let me see that. So config that app URL, and then we'll do auth Instagram. So that's nice and good. That should kick it off. Maybe I haven't wired up the callback yet, but maybe what I can do is try this out and see how it works. So if I copy this link, just in a new tab, go to Instagram posting development /auth/Instagram. I'm just going to open the dev tools here. Internal server error. So let's go see what that is. Instagram strategies. Oh, I forgot to import it. Oops. Strategy from I promise I won't make you watch me type too much more. Okay, let's try that again. Oh, I misspelled it. Instagram. Right, insufficient developer role. Aha, okay. So this is good, right? I went to Instagram postsync --development /auth/Instagram. I got redirected to api.instagram.com to do the OAuth, and it failed with 400 bad requests because I need to allow list myself as a tester. This is another thing I learned this morning. For a dev mode app, you must grant yourself permission to OAuth, which is a bit weird. So I'm going to add a user, or what I did was in my kind of app settings here, went down to the bottom, there's a user token generator, no Instagram testers, add or remove Instagram tester. Add a person here, we'll say Instagram tester, and then don't make fun of my bad Instagram handle. This is me. So I've added that. Now I'm pending. I think if I retry the, where did it go? The OAuth process, we should get a different message. Insufficient developer role still. Oh, scopes, right. That's another thing we have to do. I forget what exactly they are. Oh, user profile, user media. Okay, nice. Let's try that. Oops. Instagram. fill this insufficient developer role. Huh. Okay. Need to log in or log out with the correct account.
Harry, could you possibly be logged into like your personal Instagram? Maybe just need to log out.
Well, so that's what I was.
Because these keys you got from Instagram were under the business account you created, right? We needed a business access.
Totally, but what I did was I granted Air Horns, which is like my personal account, permission to test it.
Oh, I see.
But I think that there's another step that I remember doing when I was messing around with this before, which is I set up a website, which I think I maybe need to do, which is like super arcane. And I think if I remember, that's in this guide. You have to add your website's URL. I hope that wasn't it, because that's such a bad error message if so. Oh, there's also these callback URLs. Oh, yeah, you're right, John Duff. You need to accept the tester invite. Nice.
Oh,
I
right.
forgot about that.
Live streams for the win.
Yeah, it takes a village, you know? Okay, I did this and I totally forgot. That modal came up twice for me last time too. There's my Shopify image sync. This is the test one I was doing this morning. I'm going to accept this. Now I should be able to off Instagram. Invalid redirect URI. It's a bit strange. I just want to see it in my network tab here. Wait, why didn't that? Looks right. Oh no, I missed the right. This has to be auth callback. Then we need to register the old callback down here. Okay. Nice. So Fastify passport.authenticate returns a route handler that can also be used as like a hook in the options for a route in Gadget pre-validation. So what this is kind of saying is I want a callback route that runs the authenticator once again, and it'll just magically know that it needs to handle a callback instead of not. And then if the callback is processed correctly, I'll get my route handler run where I have a request and a reply, and I can kind of do what I want. So I can like save the user and then do, you know, a reply.send. It worked. So let's try that. Once more. Oh yeah, one other thing I was just going to ask the chat, is the font size okay? Like, can you folks see what the heck's going on? Invalid redirect URI still. Huh, that looks right. Oh, you have to whitelist it, right. Let's save that. go down here. Silly me. There's that valid redirect URI, and then I'm just going to fill in fake URLs for this for now. Okay. Here we go. I get my OAuth consent screen. That's nice. Failed to obtain access token. That's a new and exciting error message. OAuth error data, OAuth exception error validating verification code. Make sure your redirect URI is identical to the one. Okay. Auth Instagram callback. Auth Instagram callback. Did I save this? Let's try once more and just make sure it wasn't a weird reloader issue. Nope. Still wrong. Rough. I'm going to do it once more and preserve the log, and we'll just look at exactly what's going out over the wire.
Harry, I think, actually, no, it's fine. I was going to say the quality kind of dropped a little bit on the video, but I think it's just when you have multiple panels open, it's a little bit harder to see, but.
Sure. Here, let me make this a bit bigger. So I'm just trying to figure out why this URI, this redirect URI, isn't matching the one in the Facebook dashboard, but it looks like literally identical to me. So I am confused. Maybe I have a trailing space in there. One other thing I'm going to try to do is change this to authorize, which is like a slightly different API method that doesn't try to save the user. One other thing that's built into Fastify Passport is like user management, where it like sticks a user ID in the session and kind of serializes it and deserializes it, which you can like use a database to power. You can do that with Gadget, but I don't actually really want to use Instagram as my apps auth mechanism. I want to use Instagram just for this like one OAuth bounce, and then kind of still keep using Shopify as the main auth mechanism. I don't think that changes how the token is acquired, but maybe it does. That's just how I had it before when it was was working. Chat, how would you debug this?
Issue again here?
Under the hood, Instagram at the final stage of the OAuth process is not giving an access token back. It is replying with some issues saying OAuth exception, error validating verification code. Oh, need a
Did you say
trailing
error
slash.
validating access token?
Yeah. Damn, this is horrible. Holy. Let's try with a trailing slash. Put that there. We'll, oops. Put this here. Fingers crossed. Nope. Oops. Let me see for the other app I was just messing around with this morning, how I have it configured. Oh, no trailing slash. Okay. Oops. Let's check that out, Jesse. You may be right. Maybe I'll just try granting it again. There's me. Click that. Accept that. I'm just going to remove the trailing slashes because I'm pretty sure I didn't have that before. And should look like this. Oops. Oh yeah, you're right. There's the long-lived access token thing up there, LS. You're right. Let's give it another shot with the new grant in place. I'm perplexed. I'm gonna make sure I didn't mess up copying the environment variables as well. Okay, I've put them in once more. Ah, I did mess it up. That's what I did wrong. Serves me right for going too fast.
If you work at Gadget, every 20 to 30 minutes, you'll get one of these loud ahas across the office from Harry that'll freak.
Eureka!
If you see us not reacting, it's because we're used to it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry that took so long. We're back in business. So we've got an Instagram OAuth being completed. Now we can start actually making some requests with that access token. What I'd like to do is support the server to server sort of communication where we want to sync kind of new posts like as they are made available. My plan was to use a Gadget scheduler for this and just kind of ask every hour or so if there are any new Instagram posts. To do that, we need to store this access token so that we can kind of make requests on a regular basis. So I'm going to use a Gadget model for that. I'm going to add a new model called Instagram account. And I'm going to say it has an access token. I'm going to use the encrypted string field type for this. This is just kind of a handy gadgetism that makes this string available in clear text server side, but never client side. We use this for like the Shopify shop access token as well. Super handy. I think for clarity, we'll just add an account name and we'll call that a string. I think we'll make both of these things required. And then what this is a whole end-to-end like database table under the hood that I could start, manipulating. So if I go to my apps API reference, I'm now able to do, wait API Instagram account create and send in the data for this stuff. And I can run this client side or server side to store my data. I'm going to do this server side when I get an access token in order to kind of record it. And then one other thing that I'm going to do is associate this Instagram account with a shop. Like the one Instagram account has to sync to one shop in particular. And so I'm going to use a belongs to relationship. This is kind of one-to-one or like one-to-n relationships in other language. And in Gadget, I just pick the belongs to field type, and then I click Shopify Shop. And then I'm going to use this handy dandy little accelerator here to say Shopify Shop also has many Instagram accounts and create the kind of inverse field. And so now when I go back to my API reference and I refresh here, when I create my Instagram account, I can link it to a given shop by shop ID, which is kind of handy. I'm also going to mark this one as required. We shouldn't have any accounts without shops. So back on my OAuth callback handler, I'm going to do exactly that and save it. So I'm going to do API await request.api.Instagram account.create. We'll say access token. This will come from this weird spot request.account. Fastify passport.authorize drops the user that's earned back or whatever the kind of strategy returns at this request account spot. So we can do account or access token here. And then for the account name, we'd have to do a GraphQL call to the Instagram API. So for now, I'm just going to put whatever here and we'll do that later. And then for the shop, We don't have any data, like when the OAuth is kicked off, we're not recording which shop we kicked off the OAuth for, so it's not super clear. Right now, I'm just going to hard code it to link to this one test shop that I'm using. I can find that test shop's ID under the Shopify shop data here and go off and just copy that ID, and then we'll make all that work well in a moment.
Harry,
So this should, yep.
Sorry, just wanted to clarify, like well, what would happen on failure? Are you going to redirect back to a gadget URL, and then we can kind of catch that and show a retry a UI?
Yeah, I would say the OAuth like generally doesn't fail unless the user hits like no. And in that instance, they kind of understand that they denied it. And so if they see like an error message on the way back, it's fine. Generally speaking, like more often, it's just the OAuth never finishes. Like they just go and they just don't grant it or they don't come back or anything like that. So that's why we would do this in the finishing of the OAuth instead of at the start.
Yeah, I was mostly thinking about like wrong account, but I don't think that could happen here, right? Because you can log into any Instagram account. You're right.
Yeah, I guess there's no like invalid Instagram accounts. And then I'm just going to redirect back to the root of the application, or here, maybe I'll say a log that we did it. Okay, there's that. So if I run this Instagram auth process once more, I should expect to get redirected to the root of the application. And oh, I passed in invalid data. Account. Oh, what did I call it? Account name. Nice. Run that once more. Great. So now I'm back at the root of the application. It's working. So if I go look at my data for the Instagram account here, I have my whatever, it's linked to the shop. I have my encrypted access token. That all looks good to me. Now let's go back to the to-dos here. So we have the apps. We have this stupid thing, time to ingest posts from Instagram. So the way I'd like to do this is with a, or let's talk about when we need to run syncs. So I think we would need to run a sync from Instagram as soon as the connection happens, right? Like the user wants to immediately, or the merchant wants to immediately see the posts from Instagram in Shopify. And then we also probably need to do it on a schedule. To the best of my knowledge, or I Googled a bit this morning, I couldn't find any Instagram webhooks for new posts. So I think that's actually the only way we'll find new posts is to like sync on a schedule. And the way I'm going to do that is create a new action that we can trigger with the Gadget scheduler. So I'm going to call this sync posts on Instagram account. As soon as I add this new action, I get a new API endpoint in my Gadget or my auto-generated API here. I don't want this sync posts to be an update that like applies params and saves the Instagram account record. That's what a normal update would do is it, takes in params pertaining to the record and saves the record, and it's an action type update. In this case, I'm going to call it a custom action. And what that says is it just takes the ID, Gadget automatically finds the record and passes it to me, but it doesn't do anything beyond that. And so I'm just going to leave this kind of as is. Remove the database updating stuff. And now we kind of have a little harness for running our sync logic. I just want to stress this action is kind of already mounted in my API. So when we go to build our front end, it's really easy to use like a React hook and mount kind of a callback on a button or something like that that says I'm going to run this action sort of on user demand or on a schedule or whatever. Hey, Ben. To sync, I think we need to make a call to the Instagram API, and I haven't actually done that before, so let's go down here and figure it out. I guess it's GraphQL, and we got to pass Oh, it's not GraphQL. Gets profiles and media. Sounds like what I want. What is this ID? Media ID. Query the user media edge. That's what I want. Media. Okay, cool. So I'm going to use fetch to make this request, I think. So we'll do const media equals, and it's a get, and the URL is, I'm probably going to need that still. This, I guess we'll do I'm sure we're going to need the actual URL and stuff, but I don't know what those fields are quite yet. And then we need the access token as well. Was it underscored? Yeah. So I have my Instagram account record in context here, which is kind of a handy, or this is why I sort of decided to put this action on this model in particular. So we can do record access token. We're server side here, so this will be decrypted for me and easily accessed. And then I can put my params in the URL here. Handy dandy. I'm presuming this is like a JSON response, right? Yeah. So we'll do this old chestnut. I'm always kind of surprised that the way that the fetch designers made it work is you always have these like double awaits, and I get it, right? It's like this returns the response object, and then this buffers the stream and does the whole thing, but it just kind of looks doinky to me. Okay, we'll try that. I'm just going to return the media here. By default, every action in Gadget, or every model action in Gadget returns the updated record. But in this case, I don't really want to update the record. I just want to kind of return some user-controlled data. So I'm just going to do return type true down here in the options, and that tells Gadget to return the result. LS says returns a list of media IDs, and we need to return the IDs to get the images. That sounds annoying, but I believe you. So I'm going to test run this action. This is a kind of unreleased feature of Gadget that y'all might not have seen. It's the JavaScript playground. By default, we link everyone currently to the GraphQL playground, which works great, but requires learning GraphQL and messing around with kind of all the intricacies of it that I don't really care for. And we've put a lot of work into generating this really nice JavaScript API client for everybody. And so I've been working kind of on the weekends on this JavaScript REPL that does the same thing. But what I'm able to do here is say I want to run the sync posts action on account ID 1. We'll hit enter. Oh, and we get a syntax error. That makes sense. Oh, params, right. It's conflicting between here and here. Save that. Try again. Failed to parse URL. Maybe I could do a whole URL here. There's like a it has a dot search params, doesn't it? Yeah. Does that have a set on it? Yeah, it does. Okay. So maybe what I'll do instead is do const URL equals new URL. set this as the base, url.searchparams.set. There's that one. Kind of surprised also that you send the access token to Facebook in a header. Like I would have kind of thought that's a bit insecure because proxies and whatnot in the middle will like log it, or Gadget's logger would log the URL that you, or like a tracing tool would log the URL that you're sending stuff to, kind of without issue. Yep.
For Mike and I, where did you put the action to sync Instagram posts? Is it on the Instagram post model?
Instagram account model has a sync posts action.
Okay.
You want me to invite you to this app?
I have it. I'm in it already.
Oh, okay. Great.
So is Mike.
Failed to parse URL from object. Is that, did I get the fetch API wrong? Yeah, I did. You fetch a URL, then you pass options. Okay, let's try once more. There we go. And if ls is to be believed, these are not super useful objects. I think maybe I should read the reference fields, media fields. Oh, maybe we can get it. ID, caption, media URL. What's the other one? Type. I wonder if those media URLs like are publicly accessible, such that like, am I able to just send this URL over to Shopify, or is Instagram going to be mad at me and that's going to expire? That's a whole other thing. Maybe we should talk about, Mo. Is like maybe we have to ingest the images and host the images.
That's a
good thing. Gadget's got a doodad for that.
It
feels
almost
good.
like we picked the perfect use case.
Indeed. Okay. Oh, it's just the IG post link. Let's try it. Oh no, this is this could not have been a better one. I got a wacky flailing inflatable Santa for Christmas last year. That's funny. I think it's the actual media, but Ellis, maybe you're talking about the real graph API, not the like basic data access one, because I would believe you that in the fancy world, it's a whole other thing. You definitely need to scrape host them. Okay, cool. Deal. Yeah, that looks like it has a bunch of query parameters in it that are signatures of some sort. Okay, so Mo, I think if we need to scrape and host them, then we have to do a model gadget side. Yeah.
I think it's probably a good call anyways, just to have it around, and if something fails, we could just like fetch it from Gadget instead of Instagram again.
Totally. Okay, so let's do that. We'll create an Instagram post model. We'll say it belongs to an account. We'll say an account has many posts, and we'll say it has to have a thingy. And then I think we get an Instagram ID. That looks like a number, but I'm just going to say it's a string so that I don't ever have to care if they change their shape. And then we'll say media type. We'll say this is an enum, could be video. Actually, you know what? I don't really want to validate data that they're the source of truth on, so I'm just going to call that a string. Yeah, LS, that checks out. I think I noticed that there was those two different APIs as well, and it just seemed like let's use this one. But I know that the fellow who suggested we build this application said that he had a pal who built a similar one who got banned. And so I'm not really sure if this is the right one or not, and that like we may get some feedback from Meta themselves being like, you got to use the business one, and then we'll have to redo it. Ben Roth asked, does Gadget use a CDN for content delivery? 100% we do. We store like your files in cloud storage and then serve them with a CDN in front of it. And you can kind of mark them as either publicly accessible or private, such that the CDN needs like signed links to provide access. Mo, do you want to just limit it to images for now, or do you want to do videos too? Oh, you're on mute.
Let's try. If it's too difficult, we drop it.
Okay, cool. So I'm going to add another field to my Instagram post model here. We'll call it media, and it'll be a file type. I'm going to say that anyone can access these files, and I think that's because they're destined for the Shopify storefront. Like you want them to kind of be public by default. I don't know. Does Shopify have a file meta field type? I think they do. So we could potentially use that as well. I don't particularly feel like figuring out how to do that.
Yeah, let's just drop it for now. If we have time at the end, we can come back later.
I guess it kind of depends, like for a given merchant, whose storage is cheaper, like the storage within their Shopify shop or to pay the Gadget app for storage. But yeah, why don't we just do it this way for now? I'll say this is required.
Shopify storage is free, right? Shopify storage is free, but capped at some limit.
Right. I wonder what that is, but I guess like a few hundred Instagram images probably isn't too big. Anyway, so we have our model here now. And now what I can do is on my sync post action, start populating that model. So let's hide this for a moment to make this a little clearer. How did it come back? It's object.data.array. You know what? This is going to be a bit more code than we've written before, so I'm going to start up file sync. And what file sync is the way to use your own editor with Gadget. So what I've done is click this little icon down at the bottom, and it's an npx command to run the GGT command line tool. I'm just going to run that. It will clone the kind of Gadget app from the cloud into this Gadget folder in my home folder by default. And then I can do, I do to let it install. I'm just going to do all that stuff. Why is it spamming out so much data? There we go. Okay, now it's running. So if I cd into Gadget Instagram post sync, I can start VS Code here. And this should be a little bit nicer for actually authoring. So all my actions and model actions and whatnot are here in my apps file system, ready for me to work with. So the Instagram account sync post action is right here, ready to go. What I'm going to do is do for const media of page.media. Say the account. So link to this record. What else did we say this has? Account Instagram ID. It's media.id. Media type. And the file, we need to get it. So we'll do media Gadget has this super handy way of uploading files where you just tell it what the URL of the file you want to copy into your database is. So instead of like downloading it and fetching it and figuring out some buffer streaming or anything, I can just tell Gadget to copy the file from this URL. But if I did want to upload it, I could be like file, fs dot create read stream, or I could do base64 to pass something in, but copy URL is a feature that I really like because I don't have to do any of that nonsense.
Harry, do you have a second to check in with Mike and I?
Yep.
Okay. So right after the OAuth, do we want to show a table in the admin UI that's showing basically everything we fetch from Instagram, or did we decide that we don't want to store in Gadget? I think we decided we were going for a model, right?
We got to store in Gadget to capture that file, or unless we did the metafield approach. But I think I'm just going to start with that, and then like we can delete this model if we switch to the metafield or the metafield file storage. Like I think I could make a case for like an ecom manager wanting to like set their own content blobs that would appear maybe in this same carousel.
Right.
Like maybe some of the photos are from Instagram versus some of them are like manually uploaded, or like I don't know. But if we ever wanted to do that and it's not like a direct one-to-one copy from Instagram, having a model
helps. Yeah,
would maybe be
I think
nice as well.
like probably wouldn't do that just because
Keeps everything more
like
complicated.
the idea behind this app is like this app is actually almost like a utility. Like you're a merchant who just is planning on doing something that requires the posts in Metaobjects, or you're an app developer, build an app. So in my head, I think the scenario you're describing, that would be the other app that the other app developer built. That might be
Right.
like a carousel on a storefront that's a mix of my Instagram posts, my influencers' Instagram posts, or whatever. But
Right.
this app plays a very simple role, which is like this is a utility. We're going to take Instagram posts and move it to Metaobjects. I think if we keep the scope limited to that, I would actually make this a Gadget template. So
Right.
we can just offer this for free to every single Gadget developer or any developer on the internet, and they could just use it as a utility. So I would just
Fuck
keep
yeah.
this like a straight up utility, not a
Yep.
customer facing app. It's
I
a
think that's a good
developer
call.
facing app.
I think that's a good call. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got this working. I got the key wrong here, but in my little loop that's doing the create, I ran into a common Gadget issue, which is GGC transaction timeout, which is my action took more than 5 seconds to execute. So by default, there is a database transaction wrapping this function that ensures either everything that happens within it or nothing that happens within it commits to the database. And that's good if you're doing like fancy business logic where, say, you're like adding a product and some variants and some stuff that references it, or if you're like kind of manipulating, say, plan or subscription information. But in our case, I don't really care to make sure that all the medias commit all at once. So I'm just going to opt out of transactionality by saying transactional false. And that's good because I get a much longer timeout, and good because the performance will be better because there won't be any lock contention. I also think I might do something cheeky and run the scraping in a concurrent way just to make it a little bit faster. So there's a package we use at Gadget all the freaking time called pmap that is like the map function on any array in JavaScript, but lets you kind of say, I want to map over this array in parallel with a given concurrency. It is unfortunately ESM only because Sindra Sorhus is, well, if you ask me, is a weenie and decided to do this to all of us. But anyways, that's beside the point. Because this wonderful open source developer has decided to lower his maintenance burden, we need to use an older version of pmap, v4. Yeah. So I'm just going to do a yarn add pmap at 4. And then, yeah, I sure hope we don't get blocked from scraping the images. And I think like I don't want to do it in massive parallel, but I do want to do it in some parallel. And the thing is, I would kind of expect some rate limit or some degree of permissiveness from them, because we're an authorized app, right? Like the URLs to that media are signed, so they know it's us calling, and it's like we granted, this app permission to access this media. But you're right, like we might get totally burned. So I'm going to do an await pmap, or I guess import pmap up here, which is kind of nice. And then we'll do an await pmap page.data. And this will be an async function that takes the media. This is just exactly the same as the for loop construct, but callback function. And then this takes some options down here, and we'll say concurrency 5 to start. One thing I haven't done yet is paginate over the list, but let's see how this performs now. Okay, so I see lots of records being created. That's great. And if I go look in my Instagram post, ta-da, I see lots of images. Nice. So maybe one thing I can do just to show this off is we could do a API.Instagram post.find many, just like list them. Oops, I gotta refresh this because that model is new. And we can see Instagram posts from the Gadget database this time. And we get these storage.gadget.dev URLs where the files have been uploaded. So I'll just copy this one. There's another wacky flailing inflatable tube man and me and my brother at my brother's bachelor party. I guess I should have made a test account for this thing. But anyways, there we go. We're sucking in Instagram. So move is to kind of get it working end to end and kind of flush out any of the issues with the plan before kind of coming back and optimizing. So I think I'm going to add to my to-dos here, pagination, rate, limit, awareness, and retries. And then also upserting, right? Like I think if I sync again, it's going to try to create another post ID each time. Maybe while I'm doing this, there should be a uniqueness index so that we know we only have one post per Instagram post. But I kind of want to move on to this just to make sure that this goes okay and that like this whole thing is going to work. You can never have too many pics of the wacky flailing inflatable arm tube man. I am so obsessed. My friends got me like this tall one on my desk at work that just kind of goes like a little wild, and it has like the cutest high-pitched whine, and it's the best thing ever. Okay, so let's make some metafield definitions in Shopify. The intention would then be to update our kind of sync action to send those over to Shopify when it happens. But first, we need to actually kind of make the spot within Shopify for that data to live. So I created these Instagram post, Instagram account models, but when I connected Gadget to Shopify, I got these other models. And these kind of represent the bare minimum data that you need to work with the Shopify API using Gadget. We have one here, which is the Shopify shop model. And this is kind of one row per shop that has the app installed. And you get the ID, you gotta get the name. Somewhere in here, there's the access token, which is like the actual data. Gadget keeps track of what scopes were granted and what webhooks have been registered. In this case, we're just listening to shop update and whatnot. So this is kind of like the bookkeeping object, if you will. This model is managed by Gadget, right? So like we create all these fields for you and we populate this all on install and kind of keep that all going. You can add your own fields to this, right? Like I added this Instagram accounts field. I don't really want this field A. And you can also add your own actions to this model. So out of the box, you get install, uninstall, reinstall, and you could hook in here to like do specific stuff on install. I could add my own action that marks this as spam or changes the plan or something like that. I think in our case though, we just want to do one thing on install which is set up the meta object definitions. That's like an API call you have to make to Shopify to do that.
You might
So
just so you know, Harry, you might also on reinstall need to check that it's still there and reset it up.
good call. So I was thinking maybe I'd just make an action called setup meta field definitions and then call it from a bunch of different places, because I think we're going to want to test it without having to do the install reinstall loop every time. So I'm going to call create meta object definitions. And again, this is going to be an update action by default, but I think I just want it to be a custom that doesn't actually change the shop at all. And I don't think I care about the difference between on success and run. For anyone who hasn't done much Shopify programming in Gadget, Gadget has kind of two phases of each action's execution. It has a run and an on success. And the reason is the run is part of that database transaction, and the on success happens after transaction commit. And when you're working with just one record or like one record of one model, the difference isn't super important, right? You could like do all your business logic and then once you're done, kind of start doing more stuff after that, and it would be the equivalent of on success. But when you're working with trees of records, like say a whole webhook payload from Shopify that gets sliced up into variants and images and options and the product itself, you kind of only want to do side effect stuff once all of that data has been successfully processed. So that's why Gadget slices it up into a transaction, is we process the whole blob at once. We do all the runs. Then when they're all completed and the database has committed, we actually do the on success, at which point it's a good idea to go make calls to other systems because you know it's good. But in any case, for the shop, I don't think we really need an on success here, so I'm just going to delete that. What I do want to do is make an API call to create the meta field definitions. So I'm just going to go over to the Gadget guides and search for meta objects. And we have this handy dandy snippet that you can just copy if you need to work with meta object definitions. So I'm going to paste in the GraphQL query up here. Oh, right. I also have this going in VS Code. I forgot. I'm going to paste in that over here. Shop install. Why was the action type set to custom again? Good question. So honestly, this is a part of the framework we're not super stoked on. It's a little bit confusing, but the gist of it is that the action type down here controls the kind of implied parameters for your action that Gadget adds to your API. So if I make this a create, or here, let me demonstrate on a different model. On my Instagram account, I have a create action that has a create action type, an update action that has an update action type, and a delete that has a delete type. And what that controls is the shape of the params that are auto-generated for your API endpoints. So in the case of a delete, it takes an API, but it doesn't take a bunch of params to update the object. We don't need to update it, we're just about to delete it. Whereas an update, it takes the ID as well as kind of a params object to change the action, or sorry, the record being manipulated. Create is a third case. It doesn't take an ID, but it does take the params that you're going to use to update the object. So create, update, and delete are kind of just like baked in concepts of the platform. They're so common. Everyone does CRUD. We've kind of like made them obvious. What custom is a API endpoint that takes an ID, but doesn't take the params for updating. It's just like, it's kind of like an action that you only really run it because it has some important side effect. And it's not really about taking in inputs and returning some outputs. It just like does something under the hood. So all you really need to do is, all you really need to know is who to do it on. You can control these params kind of more fine grained with export const params and like actually start kind of adding to them. So if like add like type string, you can see foo shows up over here in my example invocation. It's auto-generated in my API. So you're able to manipulate it beyond just these action types, but the action type's kind of like the base param set that you start from, if that makes sense. Okay, back to the meta object definitions. I have my GraphQL query. Now I'm going to make the call. we're going to do this in my create meta object definitions back in VS Code here, where I get, here I'm going to turn on, whoa, why is that so far over there? That's fine. I don't know how anyone ever works without format on save on. It's literally a way of life for me, where I just don't have to ever care about formatting. And God, it's the best thing ever. So we're going to create a meta field object definition within our action here. I'm using this object that Gadget provides to me called connections. And what connections is a doodad that has an already instantiated kind of wired up version of the API client for Shopify ready to go. So I don't need to kind of like do any stuff with the shop object access token to make calls, kind of like how I did have to set up that URL and that fetch call for the Instagram API. I can just kind of make calls to Shopify or connections.shopify.current. What that actually is a of Shopify API node, and this is the best JavaScript Shopify API client we could find. Notably, if there are any Shopify folks kind of in the chat, I find this one way better than the the kind of official one, which is unfortunate, right? Like I don't really want to tell Gadget users to use a different library, but it has far better support for rate limit management, which is like the biggest pain in the ass for everyone using Shopify. It has a bunch of different rate limit management strategies. It has kind of robust handling of all those errors under the hood, and the maintainer of it, this Luca guy, is like super speedy at adding the new resources. So I really like this one, but I would love to kind of not have to have the community forked and use two different ones. Anyways, connections.shopify.current is an instance of that already knows how to do rate limit handling and all this kind of stuff. It has a .graphql function we can use to call our create mutation here. And we don't want to create a byte. We want to create a Instagram post. And we'll call it Instagram post. I think we need to use the Shopify, the $app thing. I don't know if y'all have seen this. So just a brief review, what a meta object is a resource that you can define and then manage in the Shopify API. So there's the built-in Shopify resources like product, like order, like fulfillment, et cetera, et cetera. And then there previously was no way to kind of say, I have a table of my own doodads, call them Instagram posts, call them bicycle parts, call them whatever, and then kind of access those doodads from the storefront or from the Shopify API. Shopify had support for decorating the existing resources with meta fields, but what meta objects is objects with their own life cycle, their own kind of handle identifier, and their own schema that are kind of completely independent from anything else. So we want to use a meta object because it really is independent from everything else. These posts aren't, definitely about one product. They're probably a carousel. They probably have their own kind of published, unpublished state, so on and so forth. So that's why we're using meta objects. This $app thing is like a new Shopify pattern I've noticed I'm doing recently that lets you say this meta object is kind of owned and managed by my app in particular. And it denies access to this meta object, or I guess write access to this meta object from other apps, if I understand correctly. So our definition has a name, it has a type. This type, Shopify needs it to be app specific if we want to add rights to it, I think. Access is like, where can this data be accessible? Is it this app only? Is it available on the storefront? Is it available for the merchant? I guess, Mo, if we're doing our own model, do we still want publishing to be managed by the merchant and the admin? Oh, you're on mute.
That's a good point. So I guess in Shopify, there's the active thing. That's what you're talking about, like draft to active. What happens when you flip active? It becomes available in the theme?
I think it's more that like the storefront liquid wouldn't find unpublished meta objects.
Okay.
They'd be visible in the admin, but just the storefront wouldn't iterate over them if asked to.
Right. I almost feel like if we were doing this for real to go on the App Store in Shopify, you could have a merchant that installs it, like Burdenby. If Burdenby installed it, they'd probably have close to 50,000 posts already because they have an insane Instagram.
Right.
And you could make the argument that like the Gadget one should capture everything, and maybe it should have an action that says, take from this gigantic list of 400,000 and send these 50 Shopify. And then the Shopify active button is more about like, is the meta field active or not? Whereas the Gadget one is more about like, is it even part of the 50K or not, or whatever the limit ends up being. Like I could see that being the right UI. That might be a bit overkill for the purpose of this live stream, but
Yeah.
something like that. And if we're not doing that, I would just drop the button. I stick with like the button in Shopify for now, and let's see how far we can get.
Sure.
It probably breaks apart for a really big store that exceeds the meta objects limit.
Totally. I was thinking though, it's like, does the storefront ever need the 40,000th Instagram post from the past? Like, I think it would have to be kind of a rolling thing anyways,
I don't
right?
think so either, but I can imagine like they have a real hit from a year ago and they want to make sure that one's represented. Like they have like some standout posts that really like did well. But I think you're right. So how about this? Let's just simplify it and like we're gonna fetch the last, let's assume the limit's 50K for now, and that's it. And it's not even an option.
Right.
There's no filters in the UI. It's just we're gonna get the last batch and we're gonna send it to Shopify, and the app will always override the oldest record with the newest incoming records. So when we run our sync on it, did you put the sync on a schedule?
Not yet.
Okay, because there's no webhooks. So if we sync, let's say daily to get the latest posts, I would just like write the new posts on top of the oldest posts.
Sure.
The app.
Yeah.
This is how the app works.
Sure. Okay. So the meta objects, just for anyone that's unfamiliar, the meta objects definitions allow you to mark the object as merchant visible or not. And Mo and I were just talking before we got on the stream about if we wanted to say to build our own UI for administering the visibility of the posts in the embedded app, or to use the metafield UI. And I think like merchants are familiar with the meta object UI, but we lose a bit of control. I'm not really sure. I think what I'm going to do is like let the merchants mess with it for now, just so we could see them, just so we don't have to build a UI at all. And then I think we can kind of like call it in a bit. Yeah. Okay. So we're going to call this one post from a connected Instagram account. And then the field definitions, we'll call this. Oh, I didn't store the caption, did I? I did not. I would like to. I don't know if every post has a caption, so I'm going to leave that unrequired. I'm going to quickly delete all this stuff and sync it again with a caption. And I'm asking for it already. Nice. Okay, cool. We'll run the sync again. We'll see my horrible captions. Very good. Okay, so I've got captions, key caption, and caption, not required. I don't think the storefront would need the Instagram ID. So maybe we'll just do, oops. Oh my God. Media type. And my meta field foo is bad enough that I'm just going to leave that as a string for now, because whatever. And then call this media URL. And then I think this would be where we'd switch this into a file type if we wanted to figure that out. I guess that is required. Oh, and then one thing we have to figure out also is the handle. So actually, I think that's just going to be the ID. That makes sense. Does anyone in the chat know how you iterate over a list of meta objects in the storefront? I was Googling briefly and I couldn't actually find the thing. I know you can get one by handle, but I don't know how you like get a list. If there isn't a way to do that, we're kind of foobarred. I guess we could do a static meta object that has like a list in order, but that's kind of gross. Right? Like usually what you do is you access by handle. Yes, using shop.metaobjects. Very good. Where are you? Shop. Odistry, if you don't know the handle, or if you're looking, like you're like, I want the first 50, is there a way to do that? Or do you have to kind of know the first 50 handles to be able to get them? For more information, access meta field objects individually. Okay, great. I believe you. Let us boldly go where I have never gone before. Cool. Here's my code to create the definition. Let's run that and see if it works. Oh, I also want to check it for errors. Yeah, another fun fact with GraphQL, or at least these API clients for GraphQL, is you don't get told if it worked or not. Actually, I don't even know if that's what the response is, so I'm just going to return, and we'll call it here. So this says, don't return the shop record again, return this response that I'm returning from my function. And now I can call it. So if I go back to my action gadget, I can just click this run button over here. Oh, I need my shop ID. God damn it. Where did it go? Cannot read. Oh, right. So I ran into a bug that our users complain about all the time, and we really need to fix, Mo, which is when using the playground, we don't know what shop is the current shop. When you're in like a embedded app, we know what current shop you are because like you're logged into that store's admin, but in the playground, we don't know. So Shopify.current is undefined. So I'm just going to do a slightly slower way, which is to do const Shopify equals connections.shopify.for shop ID. And because this is an action on the shop model, we know exactly which one we're invoking it on. So .current is just kind of foolishly not being helpful there.
Couldn't you also
so
pass the access token into the playground with like a header? Like, isn't
can I do that today, or is that?
I thought there was a way to impersonate. It might not be elegant. It's not like a UI you pick from, but there's something you can do to impersonate a specific access token. I just don't remember off the top of my head how to do it. So let's just move on.
Right. Okay. So I'm just looking. This is the I returned what came back from the GraphQL API in my action, and it said metafield definition create, and it worked. And there's my kind of created thing. And user errors is nothing. I just want to check for user errors so that if I change things in the future, I don't break the thing. So I'm destructuring metafield, meta object definition create out. I'm just going to say if the user errors length is greater than 0, throw sure, great, and that way it won't silently ignore errors that happen with that GraphQL call. Great, so we have the definition created. Now if I go to content meta objects, do I see app definitions here? I guess I don't. But so let's make an object. So what I'm going to do is go over to the Instagram post model, create an action called sync to Shopify. And in here, we can write the code that'll actually do the kind of call to Shopify to create the instance of the meta object. Once more, this is a custom because it's about a side effect, not actually updating the record. So I'm going to do, the whole like Shopify current thing is annoying here too for testing, but whatever, we'll just hard code it for now. Oh, you know what I could do is put a shop ID on this. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Make it a bit clearer. So accounts has a shop belongs to. I just added kind of a denormalized one onto post as well by kind of creating a new field saying belongs to shop. We'll say Shopify shop or create the inverse here. Mark that as required. And then once more, my post data is defunct. So I'm just going to delete it and sync it again. Oh, I got to actually change the action to populate that. Instagram post, sync post. I think that should work. We'll run the sync. There we go. So now we've got the shop populated. And that means in my sync to Shopify, I can do record.shop ID to get kind of what Shopify client I need to actually sync this to. And then I can do Shopify.GraphQL. And back in the Gadget guides, where's my, this is the query for actually creating a metafield object as opposed to just the definition. Call this meta object create data mutation. And then we need to pass the meta object that we're creating. And looks like this. The type is an app Instagram post. And we'll call this post. And we'll use the, how about the Instagram ID? We'll mark it to draft by default.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
won't you need a queue between this action and Shopify? Because you're gonna hit Shopify with a lot of records real fast.
Yes, I think likely yes. I think the move is to do that second, but yeah, 100%. I wonder if there's a bulk create endpoint also. I haven't looked for that.
For Metaobjects, I don't think I've seen one.
I wish so bad there was like a nice TypeScript client for all this stuff that just had autocomplete. So I didn't have to dive 8 layers deep to this type. Yeah, okay, it's called draft. Great. And then for the fields, we said caption, caption. URL is record.media.url. Okay. And that should return a meta object create object, the response. And down here we can be like, we can do our same errors thing. Nice. I'm just trying to log this out so we can make sure it actually worked the way we'd expect. Object.handle. So this is what we selected from GraphQL meta object. Handle is the response meta object.handle. There's my logger, and it's after the error, so it will only have it successful. Nice. Okay, so back in our post, what I want to do is try the sync to Shopify action. So I'm going to open up the playground here. We're running this action that's defined by that file we were just working on. And I need one of the example IDs to execute it on. Let's see what happens. It worked. These things never work on the first try. Sync post meta object. There's my log. So, damn. I'm impressed with myself. Not even a single typo. And there's my silly caption. And there's my URL. Heck yeah. Well, we're syncing to Shopify.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, only an hour and 45 minutes with 45 of those being OAuth fuckery. But we're doing it. Odistry says, make sure you have Storefront read true in the web feature for the meta. I think I have that, right? That's this. The public read has to be on. But yes, you're absolutely right. That has to be there. But I think that the definition has that. LS asks, could you guys mention something about the planned DB speed improvements? Absolutely. So under the hood, Gadget uses, or previously we were using JSON-B to store everything, which is kind of like a little mini MongoDB inside Postgres. We're like really big fans of Postgres, and we make heavy use of Postgres extensions for kind of advanced features of Gadget, like vector support and full text search and that kind of thing. But because of that, some of our ambitions around schema management are limited by something strict like Postgres, right? In Gadget, I think it's really nice to be able to like summon a model and say it has a field name title and be like, oh, it's a string. No, it's a rich text. No, it's a string. No, it's an email. No, it's a string. And like not have to write friggin' like SQL commands every time you do that to change your mind. I just want it to work when I make this change and have like my API update and just work. But that's something a little closer to NoSQL than SQL, right? So we started with a specific feature of Postgres called JSONB to store the data, which is actually schemaless under the hood. It's just storing JSON objects, but the performance really suffers. Like JSONB isn't nearly as good as real tables, real columns, real everything in Postgres. So we've been working super hard to kind of make this same nice, rich, easily changeable schema, including like just switching to the JSON type work, where we're under the hood adding and removing Postgres columns and making sure that it all works for you, as well as all the indexes and everything. And we have it, and we've been working on it for like 3 months. It's working really well for us in testing, but we're still just kind of like finding itty bitty tiny weird things that go wrong that we want to make sure it's like ironclad, since the data is like the most important thing we do for our users. We're making sure it's ironclad. Honestly, the hardest part about it hasn't been getting it to work. It's been getting the deploy process to work, where when you've changed your dev schema, we automatically apply that in a safe way to production when you deploy. So that's what's taking us a while to do it. But we expect, at least at the raw query level, like almost a 10x improvement in query times by switching away from JSONB. And that's like, it's different. Like some computed fields will be like 100 times faster. Some just like point reads of records with small amounts of data won't be much faster. But in general, I'm like, it makes sense to use the database as a database instead of as a JSON blob store, you know? Yeah. Does that answer your question, LS? And then I think what's next for us is actually trying to render one of these posts on the storefront. So I just published my little post here. Oh, this is also really ugly. Is there a way to set the title? Would be so cool. True, it could be reused elsewhere. That's not a bad point. I think we could probably do that, OdaStream. I think we can give it a crack. I'm just going to try to get the storefront aspect of this working, just to prove that like this whole approach actually makes any goddamn sense. So oops. Okay, so I know that, or I'd love to make it so that you can actually do the like bind it in the admin. Where's the multi-row thing? Is that not here? What did I do? Maybe I'm on an old enough version of the theme that it doesn't have multi-row. Okay, we'll do multi-column. How about that? And where's my little database icon? Did I use a shop that doesn't have this stuff enabled?
What are you talking about?
Oh, it's over here. I wasn't able to get this to work this morning. I forget. I don't really know what the deal is about why you need to, or how you're supposed to like connect stuff in the theme editor to the meta fields. But yeah, whatever. Let's do liquid. Custom liquid. You have to decide in the schema which field is used for the name. I will do that in a moment. I see. In that case, I think we just have to do like a full on this whole thing. Love this whole thing. Main page. I'm just going to be a dingus, do it in here. Okay, so maybe I'm just thick, but I still don't quite get how to iterate the listed meta fields. Because to me, it kind of felt like a it's addressed by handle, but I'm going to take Jesse McLean's handy dandy snippet here. Shop.Metaobjects. Wait, yeah. What do I do here? Oh God. Mo, have you done this before?
Sorry, done what exactly?
Used the meta objects from Liquid.
I have not. Meta fields, yes, but meta objects, no.
Sometimes I like poo-poo Shopify for moving slowly, and then I go to use the new things that they've done. I'm like, damn, they actually move fast and have added a bunch of stuff I don't know how to use anymore. Good God.
Did you activate them?
Yes. So my issue is I don't know what the type of the meta field. Yeah, if meta object is set to a namespace with the $sign app, it's only accessible by the app. Quite possibly.
Oh.
Although when I tried to sync, I tried this morning to sync without the $sign app, and I think it yelled at me. And then also I would have thought that this whole thing saying like storefront public read does let you read it.
Right. I would have thought so too. I think that's the whole point, right? Like this is for CMS use cases primarily.
Yeah.
So if you go into the theme customizer and you hit customize, here, I'm just reading this article, trying to find it. Trying to see your screen. It's so hard to see your screen here.
My screen?
Yeah. No, I'm using the tool we're using to record this.
Oh, I see.
Because YouTube's a few seconds behind.
Joda, I'm glad that you're focusing on driving. That sounds more important.
Here, do you see a little like almost database icon next to the templates page in the storefront editor? Wonder if that's kind of where you, here, I'll drop a screenshot in our, I'll drop it in Slack. I'm wondering if you see anything like this.
I definitely did, but I'm pretty sure that is only going to work for meta objects that are attached to resources. Like if there's a meta object on the product, you can connect it to that one. But for us, we're not really on a resource.
Should we just put it on the shop?
I guess
That doesn't make sense. Like there has to be a way to fetch this without putting it on a resource.
I see. If you go to the settings area, maybe there's data there. Let's try that.
Oh yeah. They changed they redesigned the whole thing. So if you go to the admin, Shopify
Like this?
admin for the store that has it installed. No,
Mhm.
the shop. Sorry, I'm looking at YouTube.
The partners
which is a
dashboard?
few seconds behind. No, you're in the right one. I was looking at the wrong screen. And then there's data in the left nav. Click on data. Custom data, fourth from the bottom. And so these are your meta objects. Can you do anything here? What's product bundle?
Whoops. I think
This
I
is
think
a
that's from
separate
us
app.
testing a different one. Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure I
Oh.
think that view app controlled meta object. There we go. Nice. Okay.
Access storefronts is on, so it should be storefront accessible.
This is my type. That's really ugly, but that's okay. Am I allowed to do this? What am I doing here? Main page. Why didn't that break? I would have expected that to break. It's like an error message that says like you're not allowed to iterate this thing. Enable the storefront's capability. Like, wouldn't it already be breaking if I didn't have that? Oh, I got save. God damn it.
I think you might only be able to render the meta object data inside of a block, like a section that has blocks. Here, let me send you another screenshot.
Like, if I knew exactly which meta object I wanted, I could do this, right?
Looking at your screen again.
Yeah, you definitely got to do the dot value thing. Oh, God. So it's like I know my type, and I can guess like one handle. And then if you do dot something, then you can get the value, right? So I could do like dot caption dot value. Oops. What's your problem? Yeah, so that like I'm rendering it. That's great. Look at me. I'm so big and strong. But what I don't know how to do is like I don't want just this one. I want to iterate a list, and I'm not sure that it supports that. I'm not sure I can like query. Frig. Jesse, I don't know how to console.log in Liquid. When I worked at Shopify, which was 6 years ago, there wasn't a way to do it, but I don't know if that's changed. Right. Why don't we try that? Like this couldn't possibly be okay, right? Yeah, thought so. JSON not allowed for this object. No doubt. I guess like I haven't seen anything that says like here's how you'd order the meta objects even. And say like I want to get them by most recently published or whatever.
Didn't you I guess the storage inside Gadget doesn't help us here either, because we still want to do all of this directly in Shopify. This is why I'm always surprised when people talk about like Metaobjects as a database. It's like, yeah, maybe a database for like the simplest data storage, but as soon as you need some sort of like DX around it, like searching and finding with filters, it kind of gets really tricky.
So I know that you can like yeah, couldn't sort or filter them in liquid. I think you're right about that. And then dot values on the array is what makes meta objects have a real return. As far as I can tell, it's like, do you mean the like dot values on one of the fields of the object or on this thing? Oh, haha! Jesse wins, I think. Can you iterate all objects and then filter based on the key value of the item? I guess so, yeah. Here's our array. We did it. Okay, cool. And then I don't know how it sorts them, but I suspect we don't really get control. Oh. Right. Fuck. I'm so bad at liquid. Great. Oh, I guess we should put a created date, maybe. Date time. All right. Okay. So I'm going to add a date to the sync that we can sort by. And then we'll pass key created date when we sync it. The value will be a record. I wonder what the input format for that's supposed to be. Oh yeah, okay, nice. ISO string, which JavaScript just has. So now I need to recreate the definition. Type has already been taken. That's really annoying. Yeah, how are you supposed to evolve the schema?
It's I think that's one of the notorious problems. Like if you ever want to do a migration, you're really, really screwed.
Huh. Okay. Just takes a definition. So I gotta change my sync action here to try to create it and then update it otherwise. Meta-object update. Oh, there's an ID? Oh, God. Shopify, why? How are you supposed to know the ID? Like, if you didn't make it? That's fucked. Manage definitions. I wonder if this is the ID or what. This is so tragic. Good thing their example includes an actual example value for me to understand. That'd be really nice. I see. You're supposed to query it. Okay. So when we create, we need to store the ID on the shop model so that later, if we want to update it again, we can do so. That's incredibly annoying. Post meta object definition ID. Great. So we get it when we create it. Okay, sorry, I'm not speaking out loud very well. I have this issue where when I want to update a meta field, or sorry, meta object definition, I need the ID of the previously created one to update. And didn't have any tracking for that. So I need to add some tracking for that where we like capture the created object's ID, save it for the next time that we might need it on the record. So that save is coming from Gadget server, and we're just setting in the value on the record there. Why is this on a new line? I guess here's print width is narrow. And then when we go to create it, we need to always return an ID. So I'm going to make a new function here called insert meta object definition. Right, what was the error that came back? Type has already been taken. Okay, so it's not a user error. That's good. So we will try to create it like so. Oops. Using the old create code. And if that fails, we'll update it. So I have a function called upsert, tries to create it. If it fails, we will do the maybe I'll just find it instead of storing it. That seems simpler. Oops. Maybe a little slower, but I don't really care. And that way I don't have to go fix this one that I've already created. So I have my Shopify client here. I'm going to do existing definitions. What is it? Meta field object definitions. And it's the joy of GraphQL pagination. By handle. Meta object by handle. But that gets an object record, not a definition, right? Field object definition by type. That does seem like what I want, though. Okay. Get it by type, existing definition. Existing.id. Okay, there we go. I think update takes an ID. I'm just going to add a log statement so we can see that this is happening.
Yo, Harry.
Yep.
When you created the meta object, did you get any sort of key or anything that looked like just like a numeric set? I've just dropped in the chat.
Which chat?
Riverside. Sorry.
Oh. Did I get a key that looked like that?
Yeah, or something when you created the definition. I'm just trying to see if I can deep link to the page from the admin UI, and there's this string in the URL, and I'm trying to figure out where it came from.
Sorry, which page in the admin?
The meta object itself. So like after you finish connecting to Instagram, the UI will just say, thanks for connecting to Instagram. Go here to see the meta object records and manipulate them. And
that may very well be this ID that I'm working on right now. I'm not sure though. Okay. I don't recognize it, but I will look.
Let me know if you find it.
Sure. I think it's probably one of these things, yeah. Meta object definition.id. Oh my God, this is so painful. What's that? 40-line function just to do something every single person using this has to do. Great. Why is this? I'm just going to do this. Okay. Oops. Let's try my update in the playground once more. Type mismatch. Oh, I just got this wrong. In my GraphQL query. Metafield definition update input was provided invalid value for type. What did this look like before? Was there a wrapper object? This is something I do all the time that makes me feel like a bad developer, where I just like Control Z so far back to see how something was. Like mostly because I'm not like git committing all the time. Oh yeah, definition. Oh no, definition just points right to the low level field. But that's the same thing I'm doing in both places, I think. Pass a definition here. And if can't find out, we're passing it there. Let's log out the definition again and just see what actually is getting passed underneath there. Console is not a function. Oops. Hey Mo, have you noticed file sync hasn't messed up for me? Yeah. Me and Mo have been battling a bunch of file sync bugs that have been really frustrating a bunch of users, especially in like remoter geographies. I feel bad for them.
Just for those of
That
you
looks
who don't have context, file sync is the feature that effectively like starts a watcher and lets you run all the Gadget files locally and use VS Code and all that fancy stuff. And sometimes it used to kind of die out and things would get out of sync, and seems to be a lot better these days.
LS, I totally could. You're absolutely right. It would work. I was trying to make it so I didn't have to like go manually clean up the one store that I've already created it and not recorded the ID for. But yeah, I don't even think that's the piece that's breaking. Like the error that we're getting back is saying field is not defined on metafield object definition. Update input path type. Oh, I guess you just can't pass the type again. Like that's fixed. That kind of makes sense. Okay.
Harry,
It's always a matter of. Well, sorry, what's up?
that string is in the type response from Shopify. So when you created your metafield definition, did you get a response with like a type app, some numeric value, and then the name of your metafield object Instagram post back?
Yes.
Okay, so it's that set of numbers that we would need to just keep around somewhere to generate the deep link to the metafield definition. So in the UI Mike and I are going to work on, we're going to have just like a button that's like, take me to my meta object, and we'll use that value. Cool?
Right. Okay.
Saving
LS.
it anywhere right now?
No, I'm not, and that's what this chat person just suggested. So
Okay.
I'm wrong. LS wins. Good call. Let me just make sure this whole thing is actually working. Ugh. Still no. Field definitions description. I'm not allowed to pass that. Meta object field definition operation input. Oh, God. Oh, so when you go to recreate the meta object, you can't just tell it the new shape. You have to tell it create this, delete this, update this. You have to like write the migration yourself in this weird GraphQL syntax.
Yeah.
I refuse. I am going to delete it and recreate it. God damn it. And that really sucks because if we ever like change our minds, we'll have to do that, but I think we can cross that bridge when we get to it. It's like it really makes me want to use a gadget model, Mo, and like just query it from the storefront, but I know that's not the point. And a field definition delete. This will clear the data in the database, which isn't exactly desirable, but I think I'm also okay with it because if we're changing the definition, I also don't really know what happens to the data set, like in accordance with the new definition, like if it doesn't match, what happens to it? So deleting to delete.
I think I just found a really good use case for Gadget.
What's that?
We should build a template that automatically syncs any meta object into a Gadget model. So you have a database. You can run migrations normally, and then a single action that lets you mass update the meta field, the meta object on Shopify again.
Right.
Basically, like turn the meta object into a database table, do your migrations using proper developer tools, shove it all back into
and
Shopify
we go do the whole thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
and
this
it's
entire
just like a Gadget template, you know?
Yeah, this entire app build could have been over if we had a little settings icon up here. It's like make this a meta object,
Yeah, I know.
and like we just do the whole sync. Would have been done forever ago.
Yeah.
Something to consider. And like that's like the thing I was just mentioning about the database index updates. Like that's what we were solving, is building a converge plan to be like, okay, the schema was this, the schema is now this. We know the adds, removes, and deletes we have to do. Like we have half of the understanding to be able to do it to meta object instead of Postgres.
Yeah.
But
By the
that's
way,
like
sorry, I was going to say LS in the chat is right. What I need is the handle.
Oh, okay.
I think
okay.
that number's in the handle. Sorry, I'll stop shaking my laptop, giving people seats.
No worries. So I'm just trying to do a retry here. Where we like create it again if we've just deleted it. I'm doing that with some weird recursion stuff. I don't love it, but I think it'll be okay. Meta field update. Oh. This should be a delete. Does that actually return user errors? Yeah, it does. Okay. That was a fun adventure. logs 86. Oh. Okay. What did I do? I finally got the created date in there. Now we can sync this to Shopify again. Record.created at to ISO strings function. Huh. Why would that be? Just going to remove this demo model here for a second. It's called created at. It's definitely a date. Let's log it out. Run this once more. See what happens. The record. Oh, it's a string. Our types are broken. Huh. Okay. It's already an ISO string. I'll fix that. Okay. There we go. So we've synced back to Liquid. Now finally I can I think that LS asks, is there a speed difference to use a model action which directly injects a record or use global action and create a record by ID? There's a small speed difference, which is that if you're invoking a model action by ID, Gadget can kind of optimize how it loads that record. We have like some caching and some other stuff. So I would definitely recommend if you're doing one action on one record by ID to use a model action. But if you need control over the finding, like let's say you're doing it by slug or something other than ID, there's nothing wrong with using a global action. It'll just be a little bit slower. Okay, I want to wait. Did the handle change? Okay, so I'm just going to build a function that syncs all the for an account to from all the posts from Gadget to Shopify. So we'll do await API dot Instagram post dot find.
Are you gonna queue it or just like straight to Shopify?
I'm just going to do the first page to start to get it kind of working. It's the, oh, it's just called account. Okay, so for each post, then we'll do await post. So for each of the Instagram posts associated to this account, we're going to sync it to Shopify. And it's just ID 1. Handle has already been taken. Okay, so we got to make this thing. Sync to Shopify has to know how to rescue from that as well, which just sounds pretty annoying. Yay. Okay. Oh, LS like 10 milliseconds max, probably less. Like either a model action or a global action has to still find the record from the database. It's just that Gadget will do it in bulk if you're in like invoking like bulk actions, and there's a little bit less kind of chatter, but I wouldn't stress about it at all. It lets you fully control the types, right? So yeah, I noticed you were asking about the TypeScript stuff earlier. 100% if you want kind of absolute fine-grained control, you could use global actions. Oh, one other disadvantage also would be nested action support. So Gadget supports saying like, I want to create a parent and 3 children at the same time. You get that for free with model actions, but not at all with global actions. So we're going to try this, catch the error. If the error message includes the fact that the handle has already been taken, we're going to do an update instead. Oh no, does it have to be by ID again? I'm gonna cry. Yeah, it does. Well, the joys of working with the Shopify API. This time I'm just gonna string, and we'll say when we create it, we'll save it. So let's say if record dot meta field, sorry, meta object ID. We're going to do an update, otherwise we're going to do a create. Do wrong here. Oh my goodness. Does anyone know if there's like a nice JavaScript like wrapper library for all this stuff? And if not, maybe we should build one. Just like nice upsert functions for all this kind of stuff. And an object update. let's not make the same mistake I made last time where don't check that the APIs actually match. So meta object update input looks all the same, I think. So I'm just going to go into the content here and delete this because it doesn't have an ID registered in Gadget. And then let's run the sync. Variable type ID was provided invalid value. Was it now? Oh, I just got this backwards. I said if there is an ID, we'll do the create. Yeah, whoops. Sync post to Shopify value must be a single line text string. Which value? Thanks for that insightful error message. Created date. That's the only thing I changed, I think. The definition. I'm just going to log out the value so that we can see exactly what's being sent over the wire. Oh, looks like the handle has already been taken. Didn't fix it. I mean that has values for everything. Oh, type image. Yeah, that's what we wanted. Handle has already been taken. Oh, I'm not saving the record after. Gosh darn it. Meta object ID. Got to store it each time. That makes sense. Make sure we get this ID back. Wow. I think there was an error, which is why that didn't work. Okay. Once more with enthusiasm. And we're back to this friggin' upsert thing again, where it's complaining that the object you want to pass to an update isn't allowed. Oh, it's the type thing again. Okay, fair enough. Did not auto import, I didn't. Record not found. Where the hell is that from? Line 91. Oh, that makes sense. I deleted a few of them, and now the data in the Gadget database is out of date. So this is kind of one of the reasons why I was trying to find it instead of store the ID, like so that you don't kind of have this state that can leak out and be wrong. Like this is now incorrect because I went in and deleted one in Shopify and Gadget never found out, right? So it's trying to update it by an ID that doesn't exist. So I'm just going to fix that with API dot. Actually, I'm just going to delete that row. I don't really care. It's just test data. Okay. So it's clear in Shopify. Perfect. Where did my what is that action called again? For syncing sync post to Shopify. Account work. Okay. Value must be a single line text string. Seems very strange to me because we're passing this list every time. I think I'm going to try to attach the response to that row, where instead of just throwing the whole thing. This is a kind of a nice thing about Gadget is if you decorate your error objects, we log everything about them, which we needed internally and just found really handy. Okay. Super weird. Meta object fields 0. Value must be a single line text string. Fields 0. Value. Oh. Right. Multi-line. Okay. That was annoying. Multi-line text field. Now we get to test our updater again. Shopify shop, update meta field definitions. Field definition URL is already taken. Huh? What? Oh. How does that make any sense? We're only passing it in once. I'm so confused. And then it works. Okay. Oh, that looks like it's thinking, actually working. Look at all those posts. Magical. So Oh, and I need to make that not transactional. Very good. Now in my Shopify thing, I should be able to sort by created date. That was an enormous sidetrack. Holy. It is called, the field's called created date, right? Yeah, nice. Okay. Nothing there. Oh, I got to publish them all. That makes sense. Can't publish them. That's annoying. There's one. There's, whoops, two. There's three. And when I refresh my liquid, what? Why not? Why? Oh no, the sort doesn't work. That's bad. Also, why is that being outputted? Oh, I just haven't saved. I think this will make that look a lot better. Nope. How's it going, Mo?
I have food here, so I'm debating awkwardly eating in front of an audience, starving it out for another hour.
Yeah, I really need a coffee. I
Yeah,
might
you
get up
wanna?
and make one in a second.
Yeah, maybe we give ourselves a tiny little break here, or we take
I'm
turns. One of us
close.
entertains.
It's like your baby.
Yeah, one of us
But
goes
not.
and eats lunch
Yeah.
real quick.
Huh? Oh. Oh, colon, right. Sort created date. Ugh. Ugh. So I don't think we can sort them client side. Like we can't say show the most recent posts first.
Wait, so sorry, maybe maybe we misunderstood each other. Are you trying to make it so that in the meta object page in Shopify they can sort, or it's already sorted by date?
I would be fine with a hard coded sort, but to
Yeah.
the best of my knowledge, we can't even hard code a single sort. It's just
I
like
think what
Shopify gives them to us in whatever order it wants.
Oh, I see. I don't think that matters, right? Like, because the app that's using
Really?
it to build the widget on the storefront is going to decide what to pick. And I think like, I suspect most of those decisions are actually a human deciding which asset goes for what page, not like a show last 5 posts.
Right.
So I don't think that matters. I think what I was talking about, and maybe I confused you, is like, if there's a limit to the number of meta object records and a store exceeds that limit, let's just write on top of the oldest records. I guess you can't really do that if you can't easily find the oldest record, so never mind.
I mean, we can kind of manage it in Gadget,
Yeah.
but
And then like daily on the scheduled sync, just take the most recent and send it off and do it every day,
oh,
basically.
I did it.
How'd you do it?
Otis Tree, ye of little faith. I think that's what we were missing, right? Because the way you have to access the value is with dot value. So I think this means we could do. Oh God, this is embarrassing. Liquid for loop. Here I was thinking I was so important. For post in collection, or no, posts. We're gonna do a div image. I don't think that my Instagram feed is going to help this shop sell more, you know? But that's what we're here to do today. Why? That's funny. Yeah, that would make sense. Hey, it's my shitty Instagram. That, I think, has earned me a coffee.
Actually, I think if we both break at the same time, it would be less awkward. So
okay, let's do it.
It's 2:53 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna take a 7-minute break, and we're gonna get back here at 3 p.m.
Okay.
So we'll be back in 7 minutes.
BRB to make it work good.
I'm back.
As am I. The recording software switched my mic while, excuse me, when I took off my headphones. I think I just have to rejoin and come back. 1 second.
Okay.
Alrighty. So we made it to ingesting. We did that. Oh, I gotta do that still. Sync each post to Shopify.
The front end is ready too, so there's 2 states in shop page. I can kind of walk you through it. It's just not wired up to the back end for the Instagram OAuth, so all of that.
Oh, nice. Did Mike code it up?
Yeah, so the states
magical.
are in the shop page folder, and then I put there's like a few classes and SVGs that are just somewhere else, and the 2 states are not wired up to your OAuth though, so we need one to actually like hit the OAuth, and then on success render the kind of link to the meta object.
Sweet.
Yep.
Okay. So here, let me put that the front end. Let's do that quick. So if I go back to my post sync dev here, I have the kind of built-in front end. Oh, look at that. Wow. Go, Mike. Sweet. So, sorry, Mo.
Aware of the button.
I see. Okay, cool. So Gadget front ends are just React. I guess Mike was doing that while we weren't looking in the same application. That's great. And the way that it generally works is there's this app that uses like the real Shopify app bridge router, this component. And then it'll only render the actual application if you're kind of logged in in an embedded kind of state, which should show this. And then if you just went to the application kind of without being embedded, you'd see this kind of shell content that's like, oh, you have to go view it in the Shopify admin. So we're working on the embedded app. The embedded app has a few routes in it, and then a navigation menu powered by Polaris and the app bridge. I guess Mike was working on the shop page where he's added this like spinner and the button, and yeah, we don't have anything to do here. Nice. And then if connected successfully,
that's the second screen. It'll just show a button that says like take me to my Metaobjects page. So after you do the OAuth, you see that second state. If the OAuth is successful, and if it's failed, I imagine we abort on the third party.
That makes sense. And that's why you need the handle. I see now.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
So the handle would go into that second button.
Right. Cool. Thanks for putting this together. That's dope.
Do you mind? I'm actually just going to send you a link with a Word doc. I guess you showed the first screen. The second screen will show it once it's up. I wanted to maybe show what we're actually working on, but it's okay. We can show it after.
Absolutely. Okay, so the first annoyance with all of this is we can't just redirect. We have to escape the app embed iframe. I don't know if y'all have had the joy of dealing with this right now, but this in here is an iframe within Shopify's admin, and so we can't just redirect, but there's a way to do it. App bridge redirect. And then I don't know if you folks have experienced this, but there's they're really trying to lay into the not React-y way of doing all this stuff. And I just find it super confusing that like every app ever for Shopify has been built with React, and they're trying to push all this other stuff, and the docs now reflect all the other stuff. I don't vibe, but that's okay. So we're going to do a use navigate up here. That comes from @bridge React, which I'll just import. And then where we need to navigate is that route that we initially set up in our Instagram auth plugin. It's this kickoff route. That was right at the beginning of the stream, if anyone missed that. And then there's a question, will there be a replay? Absolutely. We'll upload the kind of higher fidelity recording once it's done. So we'll do a navigate. I think that should just pop us out. So that's dope. And then what we need to do is decide if we're connected. And I think Mike, who's the designer, put this together, just left this little Boolean in here for us. So we have to figure out what, how to detect if we're connected or not. But let's just make sure that the embedded experience actually works here. Make this a little less wide. 404 not found. Huh? I'm just gonna copy this URL because this looks totally wrong. Shopify installer vendor embedded. Oh no, that what? Maybe we need to pass an absolute. Oh, yeah, that's why. That's really annoying. How about target? We could pass an absolute URL. I just don't really want to because it's going to have to be dynamic, right? It's like different for the dev branch and the target new and the prod branch of Gadget. So like the host isn't actually fixed. And for that reason, I'm a little hesitant to just like hard code it. So this loads up. There we go. That's what we want. Wait, what? Auth callback. Okay, I guess we need to make it absolute. So there's a way to do that where we still get the data kind of like injected. But I forget what exactly it is. Gadget public app URL. Perfect. And I think it makes sense for it to not start a new tab. God damn it. Why? Oh yeah, we can actually debug now. Nice.
I'm in the same file as you, Harry, looking at it from Gadget's end, and boy, is it a trip to see the cursor move when it's not you.
Yeah.
So for the audience, the way file sync works is if anyone's logged into gadget.dev, which I am right now, I'm looking at the same code file Harry's looking at in Gadget, you can actually kind of see the changes both of us make at the same time. but it's a bit trippy. So that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so this environment variable that makes us happily work across different Gadget environments includes the kind of path segment for the embedded app, and we don't want that. We just kind of want the host name, so we just parsed it out. What the heck? Try once more. Hit our debugger again. Oh, right. The computed URL is auth callback. Oh, frick. The new tab. Man, is the Shopify admin like ninja hijacking this URL? And like so what I'm passing to you browser, it's going to redirect me to Instagram. Perfect. But when I hit play here, it takes me to adminshopify.com auth Instagram. What the heck? Ugh. We do this inside our provider when doing the OAuth. So I'm just going to look at how we do it there. This is Gadget's like open source monorepo. And I'm pretty sure there's an example in here. Use navigate. Redirect action remote. Maybe that's what we need to do. Excuse me. The passport auth URL is different, Harry. I think it's just auth Instagram, right? /auth/Instagram. Doesn't the URL need to be marked as external? I think it does need to be marked as external, but I thought that when you passed https:// something to use navigate, it would interpret that as external, but I think I must be mistaken. I'm almost sure that this code works. So I'm just going to copy this. Do we do it any other way in here? No. So wish me luck. It's pretty annoying that just the plain old use navigate doesn't even work. I said it was annoying, and then I was like, this is going to be a quick one. Alas. Where does that redirect object come from? Hey Mo, do you want to maybe mute if you're just typing?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. And the app bridge we also need to get, which I think we can do with a use app bridge. Okay. Use context wait. Just gotta import this sucker. Fingers crossed. There we go. Full page navigation. Excellent. Okay. Now we have this problem. It's just like, how do we go back to the admin for the store that started the OAuth process? I think the move is going to be store it in the session and then carry on. Yeah, it's going to be a bit annoying, but alas. Or maybe I'll just stick it in a cookie. Is that secure? No. It has to be a signed cookie. Okay. So my issue is when a user arrives here, we need some way to tell ourselves that they're trying to auth to a certain Shopify shop. And we don't want like an attacker to be able to control that shop ID and like inject their own Instagram onto any shop that has the app installed. This is really annoying. I think what we can do is this pre-validation here. So when we kick off the auth process, record which shop ID it is for, and then when we finish it, set up this account on this shop, and then redirect to the embedded app for this shop. And the trick is just doing this in a way such that it's secure. That's the OAuth kickoff. We could do it in a query like that, but that the attacker would be able to control that completely. Oh my God. I think I could maybe do this by leveraging the session model. So the session model in Gadget is this sucker. It's a bit of a weird looking one. Its job is to really just store information about who is processing each request. So in the case of like a to-do app or whatever, when you log in, you'd get a session established that said, like, I am for a user, you. And then every time we went to look up your to-dos, we'd look up the to-dos for the user ID that's in the session. With Shopify, it's kind of the same deal, except Shopify is more the authority on the validness of a session, right? When we load up the embedded admin, we kind of get told by Shopify, like, render the app for this shop. And when they do that, they kind of tell us sort of a session ID with a session token, and then we're able to kind of infer which shop it's for. So I think if I pass the session ID that already has a shop stored on it, that Gadget's already managing, to my OAuth kickoff endpoint, then I'd be able to know, okay, it's definitely for this shop. What's tricky, or what's like important about that, is that the session within the iframe isn't cookie based, and it isn't like header based or browser like anything. It's this really annoying thing that Shopify had to do called session tokens, which allows like Shopify to dodge the kind of third-party cookie restrictions that browsers have. Anyways, you know what? Long story short, we need to make sure that the session inside the iframe is different than the session outside the iframe when we go to do the Instagram redirect. That's so annoying. Yeah, okay. Can you get the yeah, okay. This is the worst. So I'm going to ask Gadget for my current backend session here. And then I'm going to pass part of, I'll pass the Shopify session, the Shopify SID of that to my backend handler. And then here I'm going to get a Shopify SID that I can keep handy. And then here, get the shop by Shopify session SID. Okay. Let me try this, and then if it works, I'll explain it. And if it doesn't work, I'll Shopify SID session F. Just a moment. What I'm trying to do is find an example of using Fastify Passport to like pass session state around. I guess we could use a cookie too. It's really annoying. Also, why isn't that? Isn't that working? Oh, options, state. Heck yeah, okay. Sorry, I promise this will make sense in a moment. So when we do the OAuth kickoff, we're still going to call Fastify Passport with Instagram. We're going to pass the state parameter. And what this is this like little value that the OAuth will round trip for you, which is to say, like Instagram keeps track of this and in the callback passes it in a callback parameter. Where is it? State. An optional value indicating a server-specific state. You can use this to protect against CSRF. So I think it'll come back in query.state. So let's make sure that I go back to the application. When I click this, I'm redirected to the OAuth kickoff with Shopify SID here. Oh, and I've broken that now. Didn't do anything. Status code 200. That's very strange. Oh, right, duh. This returns a handler. It doesn't actually do the thing. Let's try that once more. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Get redirected, come back, unknown type session filter. Right. Okay, so that worked. That's great. We're failing down. We got our SID back, and now I'm trying to find the session by SID. And it's failing because the session model in Gadget is powered by Redis under the hood. It's like much higher performance than Postgres and can deal with a lot of the kind of frequent reads and writes. However, for that reason, it doesn't support those kind of full filtering semantics that the other models do. So I just need to figure out what the best way to fish the session out is. I think maybe I won't. You know what? We may have not exposed this. This may not work. Frick. Yeah, I'm going to get failed to obtain access token because it can only be consumed once. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to do it by session ID instead of Shopify SID. And that way we can always find by ID. Well, this is going to be session.id. And then in our Instagram auth, this is going to be, wait, what did I say? Session ID, or maybe I'll make that all one word. Session ID you're going to be session ID. This will just be find by ID. Or what is it? Find one. Yeah. Okay, and then we'll get the session back. Hopefully that should. Oh, I didn't do that quite right. Once more. Quest.log. It's not a function. Oh, right. Great, we found one. Just failed logging it. That's okay. Back. Try the dance once more. Okay, excellent. What I would expect to see in my logs is somewhere here, the session being logged. Yeah, there it is. And it was the nice Shopify one. Okay, excellent. So now we have a shop ID. And we can link to exactly that shop ID. And then we need to redirect to this particular shop, which I think oh man, I always forget. So it used to be you could just send to the my Shopify domain /admin, but now it's admin.myshopify.com. I guess we could just rely on Shopify doing that redirect for us. What I don't think we have exposed is the apps slug in the URL. Like what I'm trying to do is build this URL. Does anyone know if this is exactly what comes before .myshopify.com? Or is it something else? Do shop.myshopify domain, admin, apps. Wait, is that a thing? Or did yeah, I think Copilot just made that up. But I think what I could do here is process.env.shopify app slug, and we'll just make an environment variable to Shopify app slug, and development it is this one. Cool. So I'm just going to delete those accounts and delete all these posts and delete all these. Oops. And then let's OAuth once more and see what happens. I'm going to pin you. I've clicked the button. Oh frick! I denied it. That's what happens when you don't allow Mo. You don't even get sent to the callback. Instagram account is invalid. It can't be safe. Shop is required. Huh. Just messed up the capitalization there. Whoops. Let's try once more. Calling a model action is authenticated through an admin session. So how did an attacker send an Instagram token to another person's database? So the model actions are protected by the admin session for sure, but this auth Instagram callback isn't. It kind of has to be world accessible, and it has to kind of be driven by the user, or sorry, the params coming from Instagram. Like, it's just a redirect that any browser needs to be able to follow. So that's kind of what I was worried about, is these two routes, which are world accessible, working. Why did that not work? Oh yeah, you're right. The installed by API key would absolutely work, Simon. I forgot about that. Nice. Let's do that. Okay, I don't quite understand why my shop ID isn't coming through. So I'm just adding some more logging. I expect this to fail again. Wait, there's a Shopify SID, but there's no shop ID on it? That's really annoying. I think I just need to select it. For anyone unfamiliar, select is how you tell a gadget finder how to pick which fields to return from the backend, and it adds a nice type safety where you can see my ID and shop ID and Shopify SID all have the right types and the other fields aren't included. Okay, once more. Ta-da! And it's going to tell us to connect again because we haven't updated the front end to be smart. But if I go look in the shop, there's my shop. There's my account with the correct shop ID, which is great. And now I need to make the shop page JSX like understand connectedness. So I'm going to do how about I don't think we're using this metadata anymore. Okay, so this is good. I see a permission denied error. What I'm trying to do is ask if I have an Instagram account. Yeah, and so I'm just saying, find me the first Instagram account that I'm allowed to read. And by default, Gadget's security settings are such that we don't just grant random read access to anybody. You have to grant every permission explicitly. And so right now I can't read any Instagram accounts at all. And so I see this permission denied, like helper message, and I still doesn't look like I'm connected. And wrong, right? It's in the database. I'm just not allowed to read it. So if I go to access control here and I say that I'm allowed to read Instagram accounts when I'm a Shopify app user role, but I'm going to add a new filter and say I'm only allowed to read Instagram accounts for me. Shopify, or what is it? Shopify. And I'll say for this permissions filter, instead of just being able to read everything, I'll say where shop ID equals session.shop ID. So when I am a Shopify app user role, I am allowed to read Instagram accounts if the shop ID on the Instagram account matches the session's shop ID. Now, if I refresh this, I shouldn't get a permission denied anymore. It should say, I'm connected, hooray, I'm in, which is dope. Well, we probably need a disconnect button if I want to change accounts, but whatever. For now, manage meta objects. We got to make that go somewhere. Man, that's a really satisfying button to click. I think Polaris 12 has been taking some heat on the internet, but I like it. So you want me to give you the handle to go over here. Mo, you're on mute there.
I was going to say it's a nice to have. If it's a pain in the butt, then I wouldn't worry about it. I think it would.
Why don't we just go to just the content tab here?
Yeah, I think the reason I was trying to get there was the buttons at the top right, like the same way you missed it. I imagine a lot of people miss it because it's like an app-owned meta field, but yeah, it's fine.
Does that do it? I think it does.
Hey. Oh.
I think, how do I, oh man. Oh, it's not use navigate that I want. It's navigate from use navigate. That thinks it's a URL for my app, so I think maybe I want target host.
Yeah. Yeah.
Magical.
Yeah.
Okay.
The problem is, so that's the problem is you're going to send them to an empty meta fields page, but whatever.
Well, so I think on OAuth we should do an initial sync, right?
Well, so on OAuth we should do an initial sync, and then I guess it's on a schedule. But how does that impact this? The button where the button.
Well, it wouldn't be empty.
Well, it would. Sorry, when you hit that button, the reason I'm saying that's a bit weird, go to the UI, hit the button. Your meta object is actually not on that page. Your meta object is on the go to manage definitions, or where's the? Oh, wait.
No, I think it would be here.
Where was the little button you had before to go to the own meta object one? Oh, you know what?
That was for the definitions.
Yeah, I'm nuts. My bad. Yes. You didn't even need that little key. You could have just gone to this URL without that key. Sorry for wasting your time.
No, I didn't do it yet, so we're big chillin'. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. This is perfect.
Yeah. Well, we haven't used nearly enough streamer language on our stream. We need to be talking more about in code, but not this kind of code.
So what's left? What's left?
I'm just going to do the initial sync thing.
Yeah. So what I was going to suggest is like maybe we should show people how we make the sync action both API accessible and scheduler driven, because what we're going to do is like after the OAuth, we're going to API trigger, hey, go sync everything. But because Instagram doesn't have webhooks, every day we're going to also run on a schedule at a certain time, another, hey, let's go get everything from Instagram and make sure it's still up to date in Shopify.
Right.
Right, so like we kind of need both an API trigger and a scheduler on the sync action.
Correct. So what I've added here is a call to the ingest posts action on my account. So it's like as soon as I finish OAuthing, I'll ingest the posts. And I'm just going to practice good JavaScript here and log if that fails. Like this returns a promise, which I can mark as like I'm going to ignore it and not wait till it's done to redirect the user back to the application. But I should do something with the error. I'm going to say, and then what's that's going to do is suck in the posts. I think the rule, which is like as soon as something's sucked in, we send it to Shopify. Like not two phases of sync. I think if we were adding a queue, then there would be the two phases of sync. But I think instead I'm just going to say like this sync to Shopify should happen like as soon as a post is created. So I'm just going to say, oh, you're on mute again there, Mo.
Are you not worried about the rate limit being too fast from Instagram?
I am a little worried. I think we can try it once and see how it goes here. Like our Shopify client will retry like 6 or 8 times. I forget exactly what it is. And I think for at least my crappy little Instagram, that would be sufficient. But you're right. Like we should probably put it in a queue. Let's just try it though.
Yep.
So I'm going to delete this Instagram account so that I go back to being disconnected. I'm going to connect once more. And then we should see the message. If I look in the logs, we're seeing a bunch of syncing happening under the hood there. So maybe one quick thing we could do on the shop page is to count the number, or like look at the posts and show them. So I could do a Mike is going to be mad at me about this. It was looking so good.
Yeah, he just butchered his UI.
Why is this so unhappy? What have I done? Okay, so use find many is not defined. Whoopsie daisies. So what I'm doing up here is querying for the 10 most recent Instagram posts. I'm going to say sort created that descending and the first 10. And I'm using a new feature we just launched, which is live true. What this does is it kind of subscribes to the backend to understand how and when the data changes and re-renders if there's kind of new posts available. So live true lets me say, if I fix the imports right, like as the sync happens, show me which posts are being synced. But it looks like, oh, right, I gotta deal with the fact that it might not be there yet. And then the other thing is I haven't set up the permissions for this yet also, right? I set up the permission for the Instagram account model, but not the post model. So if I go back into access control and we say Instagram post can also be read. Oh, I should make a new one. Say on Instagram post where And we do already have that shop ID on the post. Yeah, nice. There it is. Recently synced post.
Ooh.
So I just want to delete that all, and I want to watch it stream in because I think that's just going to be really satisfying. So I'll delete the posts and images. Go back to the content here. Delete all these suckers.
Jesus.
And then go back to my app. I'm no longer connected because I deleted the account. And if I click the sync, three years of work, Mo, leading up to this moment. Look at it go.
That's amazing.
That's a really bad experience where it's
Yeah,
just
it
like
is a
jumping
terrible
around and the
experience.
layout's shifting. But it
Yeah.
worked.
Yeah, that's neat.
And it looks like the rate limit wasn't really an issue. Or at least there were some retries, but it streamed on in.
It's possible that you're just reading slower from Instagram than you're writing to Shopify. So
True. And I only really read one page of data. So, and then if I go look at this contact page, right, I got to publish them all.
right.
Yeah, that was my other thing I wanted to do was add a default published state to the account. But I think that's that's a.
I thought we said
Nice.
that there are no Instagram webhooks.
Right. Yep.
So let's just do a schedule or something.
Right. Okay, sweet. Yeah, and then so as Mo said, like this sync will run once on sign in, right? Where we kind of fire this thing off. But I think we basically need to do this on a regular basis, right? Like once an hour or once every few hours, we need to like suck in the new posts to Shopify. So the easiest way to do that is with a global action. So I can go to global actions in Gadget. I can do one called sync all Instagram accounts. And in here, I will do a Instagram account. I'll find many. So that'll find the first page of accounts. I can do for account in accounts. Nice. So this is a global action that says run sync all Instagram accounts. We find the list of accounts we want to sync, we loop over it, and we dispatch kind of a sync in the background. I did this in that weird async way again, where it kind of runs for a bit. Or sorry, it doesn't await each one of them in a row, and that's like for nice parallel processing. We have independent rate limits for each Shopify shop, so we don't need to like globally throttle the rate at which we do the sync. We can kind of do every sync all at once if we want to. And so right now, this is available as an API endpoint, and so we could trigger this like as administrators if we went in here and did sync all Instagram accounts, and that would work okay. But I don't want to click that button all the time. I think I just want to schedule it, so I can add a scheduler trigger. We can say I'll say every hour at the 0th minute. And then at 4, this action will trigger, and we should get kind of our accounts synced once more. I'm going to leave the API trigger in place just because it's kind of nice for testing and that kind of thing. There's no real harm to it. And if I look, like the Shopify users and unauthenticated can't run this action. So it's in my API, but it's really just for me. Okay, I think that's like the skeleton of the app.
Yeah.
There's a few things we'd have to finish, which would be paginate the Instagram API. And so it's not just the most recent posts, and paginate the Instagram accounts in the global sync. There's a feature I've been meaning to add for like weeks to make it really easy to get an iterator of all the objects in your system where you don't have to do the pagination yourself, like a find all instead of a find many. And I think that would make all of these things way nicer. I know if Simon Barnes is in the chat, I know I've seen him do the annoying thing of like managing the pagination yourself a few times. So I don't want to do that. But yeah, there we go. Put sync on the schedule.
So I have most of the homepage done, and then Q would be the last thing. And I think the only thing we really haven't figured out is like, what do we do when we hit the meta object limit? Like, what's the user experience, front end, back end, if there's too many records in the meta object, and all future syncs are trying to go over that.
I suspect like how many Instagram accounts have more than 50,000 posts?
I have no clue. No clue. You're asking the wrong person. I don't use Instagram. Don't have an Instagram account.
So I presumably, like, I know how I would handle it. I don't think it's really that interesting to do right now, but I would like catch the error and be like, oh, we've hit the limit. And then I just go find the least recent one and delete it. So it's like a rolling 50K buffer.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Cool. Does anybody in the chat have any kind of things you'd like to go over more, or questions about this, or other aspects of Gadget you'd like to discuss?
How do you feel about trying to wrap it up tomorrow, Harry? I think I can. I think I might have some time to do it without you if you're not around. But I think I can actually finish this and submit it to the App Store because the queue's pretty easy to do. Pagination stuff, I'd probably need your help. I'd struggle with that. What's the little note on upserting? The one at the top there? What's that about?
Oh,
index.
Right now. Oh, I think I actually really do have to do that one, which is there should be a thing that says you can only have an Instagram ID once per shop. Like, I don't want the same post in the database more than once.
Right, but then that will. So maybe one other thing that's missing is like the disconnect flow you talked about.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
On disconnect, we would wipe it out, and you would get another unique ID.
Right. Maybe one thing to talk about real quick, Mo, is this old button. Like right now, we've been working entirely against our dash development app, and that is nice because it hot reloads, right? Like you noticed every time I made a change in the codes, it was reflected in the UI and in the back end. But you don't want your actual end users to experience that. So Gadget has one-click deploys where you're able to ship your application to production. And this kind of productionifies it, which is to say it's not using a hot reloading server. It's not using any of the kind of slower stuff in development that gives nicer errors. It has a separate copy of the database, the high performance, nice CDN managed assets, and it's independent, which I guess is the most important part, that like your users won't see changes you're making in development. So what's really nice and what I really like about Gadget is like, oh my God, we don't have like 6 hours of Docker file. Like, oh no, what went wrong? Restarting app. I'll dig into that later. But the asset's built, okay, so I don't know what. Oh, account is not defined. This is a development error. God damn it. Const there. Maybe we'll have to wait till 5 for the next sync. Anyways, I'm not sure if that's the error that caused this deploy to not go so great, but that's something we've worked super hard on, which is not having any difference at all between your development environment and your production environment, and having to worry about the kind of go live process. So that button click summons like months of me and my team's work. I don't understand why that's breaking, but I can look into that off stream. Huh. It deployed. Oh,
Yeah.
it's maybe because I haven't set up any of the Shopify.
I did it.
Oh,
for
you did?
It should work. Yeah, I
Oh.
wouldn't have let you deploy if it wasn't set up.
You didn't set up an Instagram prod key set though, did you?
Oh, I didn't. You're right. Yeah, I didn't set up
I think that's
Yeah.
what it is, and I think we're something's wrong with our error logging on deploy there, where we're not seeing the. Oh yeah, that's there. Here's the log. It's saying I can't set up the Instagram OAuth without a client ID and prod. Still,
Well, that should have probably showed up in the log display for the deploy too, right?
Totally,
We were just
totally.
in the wrong environment. We were in development.
Well, so we've done this to ourselves. Where it's like the check logs is in dev. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'll make a ticket for that one.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a good Instagram post to Shopify Metaobjects syncer. We can make it great with queue and a little bit of like disconnect logic.
If we just.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, you may have ended it.
I'm so sorry.
Let's
start again.
I have no clue. I have to wait for the button in the YouTube studio to even turn into one that lets me. No, it's all good. I just have no clue what's happening right now on the link.
Oh no, we're back. We're back.
There we go. Wait, we never even went away. Well, ignore the awkward 60 seconds of conversation that Harry and I just had.
Sorry, everyone.
This is both of our first real live stream, so, we'll do better on the next one.
Little babies.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe what I'll do is I'll just spin up another event when we're ready to kind of wrap this up. It would probably take an hour or two to add that queue. And then anyone who's interested can follow along there. And by the way, when we finish this off, I'll make sure all of the code is available to you all. A tutorial is available. And we'll probably make it a forkable template so you can just fork it and take it and do with it what you want. And obviously make it available to the people who ask for it on Twitter because it seems to be a useful utility for other people. So we will schedule a time to come back. I'm going to go chat with Harry and see when he's down. And I don't think we need Mike for the next phase, but maybe when he's down. And I will share an update on Twitter with what's happening next. Thank you all for joining today. Sorry we went an hour longer than expected. I think Harry did pretty okay given the circumstances. So thank you all for sticking around for the entire 4 hours. We were not expecting this many people to join and stick around for the entire.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming by, everybody. And one other thing I just want to say is we try to be really present in our Discord. So if you have particular questions or you're like thinking things over and or even you just want like a code snippet from this thing, like hit either Mo or I up on Discord and we'd love to chat.
Yeah, I'll drop that right now in the YouTube channel as well. For those of you who are not on the Discord, just hit that link and join. LS, the plan for queuing and or background jobs. So for this project, what we'll probably do is use Google Cloud Tasks, just like import the library. We are more familiar with Google's UI than others, so we'll prefer that one. If you're talking about the roadmap allow for concurrency and retry logic, and that will mean effectively, if we were building this app in December, we would use our own background job system. But to finish this app up, I'll probably use Google Cloud Tasks, just because they have a library that we're comfortable with.
Okay.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you everyone for joining, and keep an eye out on my Twitter and the Gadget Twitter for a follow-up on when we finish the last few pieces. Take care, everyone. Thanks a lot, Harry.
Bye.